Let me check my volume because my volume's been going low. I don't know why. Nope, it stayed good this time. Okay. Before Linda was like, I can't hear you. All right, let me see. Where is our video? Here's the video. And I can check my volume because shut that. All right, so we have a lot tonight to go through. So today, if you watch the Brendan Banfield trial, the whole day was spent with, almost the whole day. Very small part of the end was Christine Banfield's father. And I don't know what they were trying to do. They were trying to say that Christine had some kind of a bleeding disorder, but they didn't really establish that, just that her father said she was actually born in the same hospital I was in New York. She would bruise easily and she would have a lot of nosebleeds, so they would take her to two different doctors, and she had to take a medication, really not knowing what they were getting at, either that could be a reason. There was blood in different places. I was thinking, whatever. But prior to that, they had this expert on blood spatter analysis on. And just looking at the chat, the jury their heads must have been spinning. So I don't think it did him any favors. I think everybody was like freaking confused. Didn't do the prosecution any favors. Then after the father, that was the last witness, and the prosecution rested. Then the defense does what it always does. It always gets up there and makes a motion to dismiss, because they say that the prosecution didn't meet their burden of proof. She denied that. So tomorrow, the defense is going to start. They have about 5 witnesses they're going to call. So that's going to be tomorrow. But what we're going to do today, we're going to go through all of the exhibits up till now. Who is that? Hold on, my font is so small. I can't see. Oh, the B Lady Apiary. Okay. Hi, Linda. Hi, Jen Grill. Hi, B Lady. I am still checking on one more thing about this. Oh, okay. You're checking on one more thing about this? Okay. So I'm going to start showing that. So let me go here to the trial exhibits. We're going to go day by day. Day by day. Okay. So we're going to start 13th, 14th, 15th, and the 20th. So on the 13th.
February 24, 2023. 7:47:32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2023. 7:47:39.
Okay, so I think that was the one phone call that the au pair made and hung up. Okay.
February 24, 2023. 7:47:32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
Yeah,
February
that's what that one was.
24,
Okay.
2023.
The next
7:47:39.
exhibit this is the shirt. Hold on a minute. This is the shirt that Joe Ryan was wearing when he was killed. Here's close up there. There's the bullet hole right here. And here's an even closer view of the bullet hole.
February 24, 2023, 7:47:49.
Please leave your message for 571
So I think that is I think that's Christine's phone that they were calling. Let me get to the next thing, the next exhibit. Oh yeah, okay, here's a screenshot of a phone. Right there. And
February 24, 2023, 8:02:05.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency?
I need help. There is my friend. She just was stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address.
It's 1-3-1-3.
Okay, 1-3. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way? Are you on Stablebrook Way? What's your house number?
It's what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to it. It's already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have rescue coming to you.
He's bleeding. It's my wife.
This is what I'm just doesn't know what to do.
Okay, so I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure. Don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it. And don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And, sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all. And don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay? Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Let me.
Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
She's not responding why he's looking.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
I don't just how her breathing is.
She's heart's still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just put her on her side, okay?
On her side?
Yeah, on her side. You said she's breathing normally, she's just not responding to you?
She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more clothes what's already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you...
Who's what?
Okay, so who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Okay, and where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in the bedroom too.
Okay. Okay.
Can you just send help, please?
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
Again?
Any weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay, can you just leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay. And you say you don't know the individual that was shot?
No.
No, whenever things the
Okay.
person.
And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I was trying, but
Okay.
it takes too long.
Okay, I have officers that are pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is put placed where it is and it's secure, and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done?
All right.
Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
Yeah.
Unlock the door.
Okay. I'm gonna lock the door. What is it, Kim?
Okay, so make sure your weapon is down, sir, and that you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you.
Okay. I locked.
Okay, and the weapon is down?
Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Are they coming?
Yeah, they're on the way. You should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now. Let me know when you can see them, okay?
I just see them?
You should be able to see them soon.
Huh? I hear them.
Okay, so are we... Okay, and no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them.
Okay. They're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's
Okay.
okay.
Not.
Okay, we're doing this. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know when the officers are with you.
When they come here?
Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you.
Okay.
I'm showing them outside.
I'm here.
They're here. They can come in.
I'll go ahead and disconnect with you. Speak to the police, okay?
Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's the gun at?
We need help.
Where's the gun?
It's up here.
Right here, on the bed.
Be in the house with you. So, this is
My house.
this is going on.
Anybody downstairs?
My God.
February 24, 2023, 8:10:38.
She grunts. You know, she's a grunter. She can't even speak. It's like ridiculous. So there's one picture I'm not going to show because it's too graphic. I don't know why it's in here. Here's the glasses. Let's see where we are. Okay, and these are going to be some of her Instagram stories. Him and her in a tub. Now, I need Gia here to translate this. A year passed. It looks like she's been there for a year. I'm just going to say this. Because my heart, I believe this is. This is. And she put an emoji over his head. Okay, but she was posting this stuff to her Instagram. Now, if this was posted to her Instagram, couldn't Christine have quickly seen this, huh? All right, let's...
I don't really know this.
You do. You don't see.
I know.
Oh, she has... I have to cut the volume on this because they have... stuff in the background music, but this is them. I'll play it again. And they're in a taxi or something, going somewhere. Okay. And then she posted this. New Year's Eve. New Year. My New Year. 31. Going into, February is when the murder happened. So there they are. Another one I have to cut the volume, but a year with him, I guess. Ha ha ha. Okay, this was a press waiver here. Let's see what this is. Silver Eagle Group. Name, Juliana Perez. Date of birth, 5/27/2000, mailing address, yada yada, release in consideration of the undersigned person being granted permission to engage in activities as hereafter defined and for other good and valuable consideration, the receipt and sufficiency of what is hereby acknowledged, the undersigned on behalf of the undersigned and a listed minor. Let's see, is this her, just her? Is this about her being an au pair? Let's see. No, wait a minute. This is saying shooting. Silver. Oh, this is the shooting range. She went to the shooting range with him. Okay, that's what this is. So this is the release at the shooting range. So they went there October 29th of 2022. And I think they went there twice, but I guess they only had to sign the release once. She was 22. Sign the release. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Where did I just get that? The press waiver. Okay, and then we have another story, an Instagram story. There she is. Okay. It shows you she knows how to use that weapon, right? Okay. And then we've got this from the police cam. The officer's going up the stairs there. Let's see. Next, a Telegram conversation. Telegram is the encrypted. Oh, look, we have some voice text. Okay, for the people that like Mackenzie Shrilla. Voice text. Let's see. This, hey, I guess, let's see. Is this, who's who here? Oh, this is when Anastasia was the person that they were pretending they were Anastasia, and Joe is Joe Ryan, the guy that was shot, the guy that got over there. So this is Joe. Hey, Anastasia says, hey, how are you? He says, I'm good. How are you? Anastasia says, good. Glad to talk to you. Joe says, same. Joe says, I'm looking forward to Friday. Anastasia says, I was just going to ask if you're excited for Friday. Joe says, we are going to have an interesting size disparity. And then he says, he's, excited, and it's hard not to take care of that. And then she says, because I'm super excited and looking forward to meet your aggressive Dom side. Yes, I am really short, she says. Why, and what are you most excited about? He says, well, you liked, rough stuff, okay. She says, when you asked about tiny cuts, can you tell me more about that? He says, knowing that you want to explore some rough, raunchy things, that deeply satisfies me, and they will do the same for you. Anastasia says, I really like that she was forced into the ground when you were effing her. Yeah, so my limited blood play. I did it once 9 years ago. My ex was poly. We were getting back together, and one of my roommates cut her too deeply and put her in the ER because he's an effing moron. So we discussed a scene. I used a razor blade to do long, shallow cuts along her back and down her legs. So it sounds intense. How long did it take to heal? She pleasured herself while I did it. Began to, I don't know, a few days max. Were you still planning to cut off my clothes? I may rip them. I haven't put a ton of thought into it because I don't know what you'll be wearing. As long as your, things are exposed, yeah. I have lost some weight recently. Was going to let you destroy one of my pajamas. Ha. Good job on the weight loss. Working on it still. My husband hasn't even noticed. Over 20 pounds now. Right on. You have a nice figure in your main pic. Thank you. You are very handsome. Thanks. I like imagining you towering over me. I don't think I've mentioned it. You can tell I'm taller from the pictures. I'm 6'2". I weirdly have extra practice wrestling short people, so I'm an accomplished bully. Aside from being pinned down, what are you looking forward to? Another time we can wrestle. Okay. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Plastic wrap. Yeah, okay. Yes to all that, he says. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to go through all this is okay, then we can chat tomorrow. I was thinking pretty early on Friday, like 7:15, 7:30. Be done by 11. I have something to do in the afternoon. I'll need to clean up, shower, relax a bit. Right on. I was thinking about setting some timers to make sure I manage time correctly, weirdly enough. I'll let you handle that. Right. Oh, boy. She says no pictures. Okay, let's see. I have to go, but I have work early in the morning. I need to lay down. By all means. Okay. Good night. Good night, good night, good night. What, oh, this is a long time. It's wonderful talking to you. Okay. So they're still yakking about this stuff. I thought they were not going to talk till Friday. Call me up when you want to. Call me what you want from the start until 10:30. Okay. All right. That's enough of that. So that was them doing all that on Telegram. And then let's see what this is. Okay, this is a pic of her. That's not the white. That's the au pair. Just in case you didn't know. And these were her sneakers and socks, which they explained on the stand that the socks had blood on them, but the sneakers didn't have blood inside them. Okay, now we have her plea form. My name is Juliana Perez Megalize. My date of birth, I'm 24 years old. I am represented by counsel Ryan Campbell and Kimberly Stover, and I am entirely satisfied with the service of my attorneys. I have received a copy of the warrant, hold on a minute, or indictment before being called upon to plead, and I have read and discussed it with my attorneys. I fully understand the charge against me. I am the person named in the indictment. I have discussed the charge and its elements with my lawyers, and I understand what the Commonwealth must prove before I may be found guilty. I have had enough time to discuss with my lawyers any possible defenses that I may have had to this charge. I have discussed with my lawyers whether I should plead guilty or not guilty. After the discussion, I decided for myself that I should plead guilty. I am entering the plea of guilty freely and voluntarily. I am entering a plea of guilty because I am in fact guilty of the crime charged. My attorneys have advised me that the punishment which the law provides is as follows: a maximum of 10 years imprisonment and a minimum of 1 year imprisonment, or in the discretion of the jury or the judge sitting without a jury, up to 12 months in jail, or a fine of not more than $2,500 or both, and also that probation may or may not be granted, and that if I plead guilty to more than one offense, the court may order the sentences to be consecutively, that is, one after another. I understand that if the court sentenced me to a term of incarceration, it may impose an additional term of not less than 6 months, nor more than 3 years, all of which shall be suspended conditionally upon successful completion of a period of post-release supervision. I understand that by pleading guilty, I am waiving the following rights at trial: the right to a trial by jury, the right to not to incriminate myself, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses against me, and the right to defend myself, including the right to use the power of the court to obtain evidence and the attendance of witnesses on my behalf. I understand that by pleading guilty, I may waive my right to an appeal, and that the only issue to be decided by the court is punishment. The following plea agreement is the full and complete agreement between me, my attorneys, and the Commonwealth attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will no pro se count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant be sentenced to a period of active incarceration, capped at time served at the time of sentencing, provided she remains incarcerated until such time, and conditioned upon the defendant continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in the discretion of the court. No one connected with my arrest and prosecution, such as the police, the Commonwealth's attorney, the sheriff, or any other person, has threatened me or forced me to plead guilty or made any promises concerning my plea of guilty other than stated in paragraph 8, that she's just going to get time served. I understand that the court may accept or reject the agreement and may defer its decision as to the acceptance of rejection until there has been an opportunity to consider the pre-sentence report and evidence. I understand that if I am not a U.S. citizen, a plea of guilty may result in deportation, the exclusion from admission to this country, the denial of naturalization under federal law, or adverse immigration consequences. After having discussed the matter with my attorneys, I do freely and voluntarily enter this plea of guilty to the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Count 1, and I waive my right to a trial by jury and request the court to hear all matters of law and fact. I do not have any questions to ask the court before the court decides to accept my plea of guilty. Read and signed by me this 28th day of October, 2024. Juliana. She didn't even put her last name. Look at that. Okay. And that's the plea. That was, now we are on the evidence. Let's see what this is. Okay. So, this is the bed. This is a chip in the bed. This is blood here on the floor. Okay, this is they're doing the height. You can see the blood there. Some kind of a staining. I don't know if that was body fluids or what that was. Okay. I'm not going to show the next picture because there is a body visible there, so I'm not going to show that. Let's see where I am. This is the blanket. Let me see here. And this was, I believe that was the blood stain, and they had put something on it, and that's why it's discolored there. And this is the back side of the blanket. And that's the blanket, or, oh, that's the sheet. I'm sorry, that's the sheet. This is the blanket. This is a towel. This is a lot of blood staining over here. Where this blood is, that's where Joseph Ryan was. His head was there. And this is some of the blood spatter. And this is where you're going to see that they showed the knife was here. They asked, was the knife, is that, no, that knife had been kicked around the room, and it was found, when they found it, it was in the blankets, but it had been kicked around the room, stepped on by EMTs and everything, and then there's a close-up of the knife there. And the gun, let's see. Which one did we get there? 3-3. Hold on a second. Okay, and then this. That is 2024. Okay, this is the backpack. This stain is where the gun was on body worn camera. This stain is from patrol putting medical intervention on the bed. This stain does not need testing. There's the bed, and there's staining there. And let's see here. There's more of a close-up. The laundry basket. Another view of the laundry basket. This is a close-up of the dog bed. This is stuff he brought with him. Let's see here. Let's see. We got that. Okay, got that. That's an apricot here. Let's see. Where were we? Here's a receipt. And this was for an apricot. Lubricant, something else. Okay, let's see now. That's that. Let's see. Got that. Just want to make sure I didn't skip one here. No. Okay. This is the jacket, and I believe this was Brandon's jacket. I'm not sure though. I can't remember. I think it was though. Yes, because these are Brandon's jeans. I believe these are Brandon's jeans. Okay. And then there was a blood spot back there. And this was the blood spatter. Oops, coming up. Hold on. Coming up. Get over there. Right there, the blood spatter on the leg. And these were Brendan's shoes. And these are Joe Ryan's jeans. These are Joe Ryan's jeans. And another view of Joe Ryan's shirt on a mannequin. My gosh, why is this not going over there? Get over there. Okay. Okay, and this is a screenshot showing the McDonald's where Brendan was waiting that morning for the call from the au pair to go back home. That's what that was showing. And then we have a video. Come on now. Okay, let me get this back to just show you. He's in this car. Really, I didn't read those messages. I skipped right through them. Not interested in that, thanks. This is him. Not nice, right? He's right here. Wait, no. That's some guy. Oh no, isn't this him now? No. The car still looks so familiar. Because I think then he comes around and pulls in here. I think he pulls out of there and he pulls in here. Yeah, here he goes. I think, right, he's going to go around here. You see him right here in the car. Now he's going to pull around. He's talking on the phone. Doesn't even look nervous or jittery, right? No, they set it up. They pretended they were the girl, Bucky, to get the guy there. And then use him as a scapegoat to say that he killed her. And they killed him and her. Okay, now you can see him there, the car. Okay, and I think that was it, but there's another one. Hang on a minute. I know that there's another one. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, now he's going to pull in here. And he's going to go into the bathroom. Okay, he goes in. And he's in the bathroom. You say, so far from everything you've seen, this plan was dumber than dirt, B-Lady says. If everything went as planned, she was going to marry a man and live with a man she saw murder his first wife. Yeah, she probably felt really, oh, he did this for me. He added a second innocent person to take out to get rid of his wife. Adding another person to anything like this complicates things. He didn't watch much crime shows, right? That was somebody else. That wasn't him. But see, that's what happens when you get involved in icky stuff. But it wasn't, that fetish site was, they did that. No. That came after, Bucky. They got on the fetish site to commit the murder. So it didn't happen that they got in that and then they wanted to commit a murder. It happened the opposite way. She was probably the mastermind in this, Megan says, so she can be the bride and he would be scared to off her. But yes, dumber than dirt. Somewhere I read that the knife only had DNA of whatever of Joe and Christine on it. The way it was made, it was somebody's, yeah, exactly. Stabbed someone, the evidence would be where Joe's was. Yeah, the knife didn't have the, what they were hoping for. She is just as guilty as he is. Yeah, and she's getting time served. Next, if Joe saw the picture she sent and got there and saw Christine. Next, if Joe saw that picture she sent and got there and saw Christine. No. The pictures of the au pair, those were taken by the police, B-Lady. Is that what you're thinking? Those were taken by the police. She's running, that lady. Look at her running. Running. On the stand, she kept saying their house, their bathroom. Well, yeah, after the wife died, they lived there 8 months, I think. He moved her into the master bedroom. They got all new furniture, new flooring. Rolling. Yeah, those pictures, they made her get up there to take pictures of the people at the crime scene. No need to be sorry. Rolling. No need to be sorry. He probably crapped his pants and had to clean up or something. He's taking so long in there. Brandon gets off, it'll be the knife evidence. If they can't prove he held it, they can't prove he stabbed her. So the au pair looks like a liar. I don't think he's going to get off, though. Those are weird chairs. Did you see that? No proof Brandon held the knife. No DNA. Only Christine and Joe's. Yeah, but I did see that. I did talk about that. But it was just because it had been kicked around a lot, they said. And it had been so mangled up. What do you mean with the Todd Mullis case? What do you mean? Wait, was that him leaving? Yeah, there he goes. There he goes. Now he's got the call. Now he's going. Come on, let's go. It's showtime. It's go time. Come on now. Get in the car. He got the call. He's ready to go, right? Out. And it's going to show him exiting and driving, and that's the end of that. Okay. What do you mean? Todd Mullis? I thought they decided that a long time ago. That was ages ago. We're still waiting on the other one, too, Severs. Hi, UHP. Hi, UHP. Okay. I thought Mullis got shot down. All right, let's go to McDonald's. Okay, now we got this. Let's see. Okay, these are the two red phones they found. I believe this was Joe Ryan's car. Two red phones. And this is that's another shot of the two red phones. And okay, this is the where he changed the windows. The windows. Okay, and got the triple pane windows, which excuse me, hold on. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. He got the triple glass, triple pane. Hold on a minute. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna sneeze again. Sorry. Okay. The vinyl lot. Vinyl light. Here's the, oh my gosh. Thank you. Okay. This is the confirmation. And they had like a newer house. I mean, I don't understand why they had to go through and change these windows. And this is Brendan. Yeah. And this that was only $2,000 to change all of his windows? Wait a second. That can't be. No. Eyebrow window is $852. Another eyebrow window was $512. Extended half round was $468. All windows, triple pane glass, half screens. Oh, hold on a minute. $33,874. That's more like it, right? And it was just this special windows, and then at 33,000. Okay. All right, let's see here. Silver Eagle documents again. This is the shooting range. And this is the purchase of the Glock. Right here, pistol. Brendan Banfield. And let's say the Glock, what is that, 525? Okay. So that was that. Let me see here now. Certificate of analysis. Okay, let's see. This is forensics. Let's see. Okay, this is the knife, the fitted sheet, the buckle sample from Brendan, the buckle sample from Juliana, the physical evidence recovery kit from Christine, the physical evidence recovery kit from Joseph Ryan, the swab of a stain on the wall, the swab of a stain in the front of the laundry basket, the carpet in front of the laundry basket, the stain on the side of the laundry basket, the stain on the side of the bed frame. Okay, all right. Love you. Let me see here. The terms, DNA analysis. That's just talking. Okay, here's the knife. Let's see. Blood was indicated in a sample of staining on the sharp edge of the blade, designated B1, and in the sample of staining on the heel of the blade, designated B2. The same DNA profile was developed from B1 and B2. Brendan Banfield, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated. So they were all eliminated. It's not Joseph's, B-Lady. Christine cannot be eliminated. Christine's is the only one that's on there as a contributor. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with DNA, but okay, so it's Christine, B-Lady, Christine. Now, blood was indicated in a sample of staining on the underside of the handle. Designated B3. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated. Okay, and now conclusions regarding Christine and Joseph and statistics, if applicable, will be the subject of a separate report. So they were, Juliana and Brandon are eliminated from every bit of that knife. Interesting. Okay. Now, the fitted sheet, no blood was observed. Spermatozoa was identified, okay? And let's see what we got there. The profiles show a mixture. Christine and Joseph are eliminated. Brendan and Juliana cannot be. Oh, that was the stain on her bed. He found stains on her bed. That's one of the sheets was from the nanny's bed. So it was showing that they two were doing the thing in his bed, okay? Then Juliana, Christine, and Joseph are eliminated, but Brendan cannot be eliminated. So that was him and the nanny on the fitted sheet. Feels like it's a game of Clue. Then they had the buccal samples, the physical evidence recovery kit from Christine. Let's see what she had. She had not been assayed at all. They have the samples. Blood was indicated on the oral sample. The absence of blood, down below and all that stuff. No male DNA was detected. Therefore, no further DNA analysis. Then they did left backhand, right breast, right palm. Blood was indicated on these samples. DNA different from Christine, but of no value, was developed. Okay, so a DNA profile attributed Christine is present on those samples. Again, left side of neck. No DNA profile different from Christine was developed, so that she just didn't have anyone's DNA on her but her own. Her fingernail clippings. Blood was indicated in a collective sample on the right hand fingernail clippings. No DNA profile different from Christine was developed. Male DNA may be present in the samples and may be suitable for further Y chromosome testing. No examinations for nuclear DNA analysis suitability will be conducted. Okay. Then this is Joseph Ryan's. A DNA profile was developed. No blood was observed on him, on his genital area. No DNA profile different from Joseph was developed. Okay. Then they did his hands. And says the same DNA profile different from Joseph Ryan was developed from each sample. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated as contributors. Christine cannot be eliminated. Fingernail clippings. Blood was indicated. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated. Christine cannot be eliminated. Oral sample, nothing was okay. Swab of the stain on the wall, swab of the stain on the carpet, swab of the stain on the front of the laundry basket. Brendan, Juliana, and Christine are eliminated. Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated, so that's Joseph Ryan's blood. Swab of the stain from the front of the laundry basket. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated as contributors. Christine and Joseph cannot be. The swab of the stain from the side of the laundry basket. Brendan and Juliana and Joseph are eliminated. Christine cannot be eliminated. The stain on the side of the bed frame. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated. Conclusions regarding Christine and Joseph and statistics will be put in a separate report. Okay. All right, so there's they're not, the DNA is not on that, right? Let's see. We did the, okay, here's another one on the knife. Let's see this. Okay, item 10, the knife and the buccal swab, and then the physical evidence kits here. Y chromosome DNA analysis method. The method uses, okay, let's see what we've got. Bloodstain card, here's the knife. Due to the limited information obtained, the types are not suitable for comparison. Physical evidence kit from Christine. Due to the unknown number of contributors, this profile is not suitable for comparison. Insufficient information exists to draw a conclusion regarding Brendan Banfield as a contributor. Brendan Banfield is eliminated as a major contributor to these samples. Right palm sample. This profile is not suitable. They couldn't, it wasn't enough there. So nothing sticking on that one. Let's see. Okay, here we have the swab of the cartridge case, second cartridge case, hand swabs from Brendan, the coat from Brendan. Okay. No blood was observed on items 75, 76. No blood was indicated on the right or left hand swabs. Hand swabs from Brendan Banfield. The DNA profile attributed to Brendan Banfield is present. Okay, as you would expect it. Juliana and Joseph are eliminated. Coat from Brendan Banfield. Says Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated. Brendan, Juliana are eliminated. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated. No conclusions regarding Christine or Joseph Ryan. Joseph Ryan is eliminated as a contributor to this mixture of the blood on the exterior rear upper left shoulder area. No conclusions regarding Brendan, Juliana, or Christine. Joseph Ryan is eliminated. Conclusions regarding Brendan, Juliana, and Christine will be the subject of a separate report. Okay. Sneakers from Juliana. Let's see what we got there. Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a major contributor to this mixture profile. Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated as contributors. Christine cannot be eliminated as a major contributor to these mixture profiles. Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated. Another one developed from representative samples. Christine cannot be eliminated. The other three can. Okay, Juliana and Joseph are eliminated. Christine cannot be eliminated. No conclusions regarding Brendan. Okay, that's that on that one. Okay, this is over-the-ear hearing protection, socks, stains from the black Hyundai, over-the-ear hearing protection. They weren't able to, it wasn't suitable for any testing. Socks from Juliana. Let's see. Oh, let's see. No blood was indicated as additional staining. Due to the complex nature of this mixture, it's not suitable for comparison. So nothing there. Stained swab from the black Hyundai. Brendan, Juliana, Christine, and Joseph are each eliminated. Okay, that's the end of that. Then we've got sheets, jeans, and socks. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Body fluid. Fitted sheet. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated. Conclusions regarding Christine and Joseph are statistics. Will be the subject of a second report. Sneakers from Juliana. Christine cannot be eliminated as a major contributor. Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated. Okay, and then blood was indicated. Christine cannot be eliminated. Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated. Jeans from Brendan Banfield. Let's see. Christine cannot be eliminated as the contributor of the profile developed. Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated. And you know what? Nobody really had cuts on their hands, right? Okay. The backpack. Remember, we saw the backpack. Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as a contributor of that profile. Brendan, Juliana, and Christine are eliminated. All right, that's that. And Brendan Banfield's jacket is the next one. Okay, coat for Brendan, the buckle samples, yada yada. Okay, they're just going through everything here. Let's see what's going on. They don't. Christine cannot be eliminated. Based on these samples, Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated from the coat. Based on these results, Brendan Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture profile. To be observed if it originated from Juliana and two unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic. That's from Brendan's coat. Okay, now let's see here. Where the heck am I? Hold on, I just kind of lost my place here. Okay, we did his jacket. Now it's got the fitted sheet. Fitted sheet. Okay. It's more likely to be observed Christine Banfield, as if it Christine Banfield. Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated. What have we got about anything about the other two? I think they were already eliminated in the first thing, right? This is the other report. Here's another one with the knife now. I think this is the final one with the knife. So let's see what it turns out. Okay. Knife. Assuming the DNA, based on these results, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated. A match between the sample of the staining and the underside of the handle. Christine can't be eliminated. Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated. Again, Christine and Joseph cannot be eliminated. The other two are eliminated. It's just their DNA. That's it. That's it. All done with that. Then there's another report here. DNA case report. The evidence was processed. I don't know what that is about, but let's see. Okay, I see something here. Okay, I think that just goes with this. This has the results. Okay, let me make this bigger. All right, results. Blue genes from Joseph Ryan. Joseph Ryan is an expected DNA contributor to this item. That's really okay. It's really not too much there. All right, let's see here. Report. Oh, this is a screenshot of the phone. Thomas Allen, Amanda O'Pear, Juliana O'Pear, Christine Banfield. And those are the calls going out. They called 742. See the calls. That was the February 24th. Okay. This is when 911 was called, and then it was called again. And this is outgoing call. This is Christine. They called her. And this is incoming emergency contact. Let's see here. That was 7:38, 7:37. Okay. Let's see. Oh, the 911 call. 7:47 was the first one. Then 911 called back. That's a 911 number. They asked on the stand and nobody answered that. It was a missed call. And then they called Juliana's phone, called 911 back. That's when she was grunting and he had to finally take the phone from her. All she could do was grunt. She grunted so much they thought she was the woman that had been stabbed. Okay, now this is forensics on the firearms. Let's see what we got here. Come on, come on. Okay, this is just telling where they were fired from. The Glock, 3 bullet fragments, 1 bullet from autopsy. Okay, let's see what we got here. Is this the 9 test patterns were produced. No further examinations were conducted. Okay. This is Brendan's car. Right there. This is their house. Right there. This Hyundai is, I believe that's Joe Ryan's car. This is going downstairs where the little girl was. Here's a little gate that closes here, but the 4-year-old was down there. This is the latch on the top of the door. Okay. And then we have oh shoot. No. Hold on, I almost shut my whole thing down. No. Hold on. Don't you dare do that to me. Just trying to shut that down. Okay. This is the kitchen. This is the, right here is the bar table. That's where Christine's phone was. There's a drawer on the opposite side. Spread love. There's a Lego kit. There's a tablet and laptops and hairbrush and school papers, a brownie it looks like. Probably some detangling spray for the kids' hair. Okay, that's that. This is a different view of the island. It's the Lennox butterfly pattern. Okay. Here's the back side of that bar counter where this drawer right here is where her phone was. Okay. And this is the drawer with her phone, Christine's phone that they put in there. Okay. And here's the back side of that phone. Okay. And this is the au pair's room. Juliana's room. And then look at this picture. Oh, I thought that was her and him. The heck is that? Looks like her and her. It looks like it's weird. She has candy, ear pods, AirPods. This is the fitted sheet that had the sperm that matched both of them. And here's another view of her room. So that's all her toiletries on it. Victoria's Secret. Okay. This is her closet. And this is when they said, what's in that closet? They said there's lingerie here. Like, did Christine ever notice that she had like lingerie in there? And then this was one shirt that you'll see it gets moved into the master. Okay, let's see here. Then when they went back, think it was 8 months later or something. Here's the au pair's room, but the closet is empty. Okay. And then this is the master bedroom closet, and lo and behold, the shirt and the lingerie is in the closet. She's moved into the closet that was Christine's and Brendan's. She is now in there with him. She's moved her stuff in there. And this is the other thing. This is the room that before you saw all the blood, it was the master. And now it has new flooring, new furniture, new paint, and okay. All right. And evidence admitted from today is this right here. Because they were going over the blood spatter analysis. I'm not going to show Joseph. I'm not going to show any bodies. I'm not doing that. So we'll be skipping those. Here's a, it's about the pants. Oh, this is a, here's here, B-Lady, if you're still here. This is some pictures of Brendan. Look how dejected he looks, his head and everything. He's like, oh my gosh, can't believe this. Here's his shoes. Another picture of the backpack. Okay, not showing. I'm not showing the bodies. Okay, so that's it. That's what we can show here. What I will show here. Your cell is going to die. Hi, Twisted. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at what you guys have been saying because I don't want to ignore the chat at all. Let's see. I wonder if he knew that she was posting that stuff to Instagram. I don't know. I don't know, B-Lady. No wedding band, New Year's Eve. Where is his wife? I don't know. Maybe she went to see her parents or something. Who knows? The wife worked a lot. Yeah, she was an ICU nurse. Yeah. They have to work holidays. A lot of the nurses have to work holidays, and they do. Folks can make their Instagrams private, and I believe they can also eliminate certain people from seeing certain pictures. One unbelievable amount of planning. And this site was Christine. No, she was not. He was the dumb. I'll be back. Messy criminals, not nice. Okay. So far, from everything I've seen, this plan was done. Okay, I've already went through that one, right? Okay, let me get back to. I went back too far. Okay, let's see. I know these folks do that, but Brandon did it knowing he was going to end her life. This is a special place and age for these folks. Mommy Ramblings, did you see that? No proof of Brandon. Yeah, yep. I wonder what's happening. I think this is where I was now. Okay. This is a dangerous precedent to set. I don't know. I was just thinking about it. I wondered what's up with the red phones. Let's see. Thank you for the bless yous. When my daughter was dating, in her circle of friends, some worked in mortgages, banking, and nothing was sacred as far as info about a guy. I have a bad feeling about that au pair. I wonder what will ultimately happen to her. Hi, Twisted. Hi, all my screen readers and speech to text are not working, so I can't see the screen or hear the chat conversation. Really? I guess this case may wrap up next week. It may wrap up this week, B-Lady. The prosecution rested today. Let's see. I read it was Joseph and Christine. I will go back to where I found it. Let's see. True, if it was the cut on Ryan's hand. Okay, let's see here. I can still hear you. What happened? Can you guys still hear me? Can everyone still hear me? Bucky's getting me nervous. Can you still hear me? Tommy, can you hear me? Can you still hear me? What's going on with my hair? It's like so bizarre. So bizarre. So bizarre. She makes them look dumb. Latino women are so mad at the au pair. She grunts. She doesn't even really speak. Okay, so that's all the exhibits, except I didn't show you pictures with bodies. Okay, because I don't like to do that. So, what do you think? Tommy, can you hear me? Hi, Linda. What do we think about that? And I listened to a little bit of the Canero trial. I listened to Timothy Busfield. He got out on bail. Melissa Gilbert was crying in the gallery. Somebody said there's like a 237 or 257 page report about this, and they said if you read it, you'll believe he's innocent. So I don't know about that. That's all I know about that. He's out on bail. Any ideas when the trial of the dentist? Oh, that, forget it. It'll be a long time, at least a year, maybe more. Look, we're just going to get in August to the one with the Stampin' Up daughter. Look how many years that's been. Usually these take years to get to trial. Years. 2 years, at least 3 years, sometimes 5 years. There's so much stuff. You're kind of confused about this trial. I think they're still going to get him. I do. And I think she's going to get this great deal, which is really ridiculous. It does say the judge can do something, but I don't know. It's ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous to me that they cut her such a deal. I don't understand. So, I guess we dove deeply into this one tonight, right? I don't even know what freaking time it is. How long did that take us? 2 hours almost. All right, let's see what else is going on. Oh, you know what else? You know what trial is coming up? And maybe we'll look a little bit at it. The 3 Alexander brothers, the ones that had a sex ring. It's in New York. It's a federal trial. So the brothers in the turtle suits, 2 of them are very good looking. I think they're twins, and then they have the 3rd brother. Oh yeah, and then wait a minute. We do have a little update on the Tepe case. Okay, so let's see what we got on the Tepe case. They say that Michael McKee had a fake address card with a non-existent phone number on file with his former employer, leading a forensic scientist to believe that he was trying to disguise himself before the killings. And this is just this forensic scientist's opinion. Let's see here. The address provided by Las Vegas Surgical Associates was non-existent, and the phone number associated with his state medical board profile led to a fax machine. Laird, who is this guy? Las Vegas attorney Dan Laird. He filed a lawsuit against McKay. He said the address on file with his previous employer, that Las Vegas Surgical Associates LLP, turned out to be a fake address. And then he said he had no idea where Dr. Michael McKee is now, recalling his conversation with Dr. Peter Carvella. That's the doctor that said he just disappeared. Laird said the process server he used attempted to locate and serve McKee 9 times, all of which failed. A Nevada judge in October granted a declaration of due diligence, which allowed McKee to be served through a newspaper notice. Forensic scientist in Jacksonville State University, Professor Joseph Scott Morgan, said that McKee might have been trying to disguise himself. He said from an investigative standpoint, it would seem to imply that there was maybe intent to disguise themselves. I don't know. They found him pretty darn fast, right? Okay. See what else we have. Oh, what is this about? Mom who killed her son because she thought she was saving him as part of a murder pact he made her promise to carry out learns her fate. Oh my goodness. Who is this? Mom admits to killing son with knife. A Michigan mom who claims she made a murder pact with her son that led to her slashing his throat and killing him because he didn't want to turn 18. Oh, I remember this one. Is headed to prison for decades. Katie Lee, 40 years old, was sentenced in Ottawa County to serve 80 to 90 years for the February 2025 murder of her son, Austin Pickard, at their apartment in Holland, according to online records. She spoke at her sentencing hearing and continued to insist that she was saving him. I never intended for him to suffer in any way. In my broken thinking, I was saving him from it. She pled guilty in October to torture and second-degree murder for the murder, which she claimed was planned by Austin. She said she was supposed to take her own life as well by overdosing on medication, but that didn't work. Austin also tried overdosing on medication, but she couldn't get her son to stop breathing, so she slashed his throat to finish him off. Wow. During a 911 call, she stated that her son had asked her to help him stop breathing and had been trying to do it for a while. This almost sounds like, oh my gosh, the guy in Florida in the Disney neighborhood, remember? She advised her son, what the heck was his name? Tote. She advised her son, asked her to stop breathing because he did not want to turn 18. She admitted to using a knife to cut her son's throat while he was unconscious. At about 4:15 a.m., police responded. On a report of a domestic incident, officers went to the apartment. They were immediately confronted by a female subject who was holding a knife. Police said after Lee's arrest that she wanted to be killed by responding officers that night after failing to overdose on medication. Upon being taken into custody, Lee stated that officers were supposed to kill her so that she could be with her son. Lee said at her sentencing that mental health issues prevented her from leaving the apartment and made it really hard to tell what was real and not real. With all the algorithms on my phone being nothing but the world is ending content, I felt so deeply in an echo chamber that we were living in a different reality, and it was a terrible one. Every day, every thought, every nightmare, every flashback, every moment without him, I'll be forever punished. I will spend the rest of my life in prison trying to process what I could have done differently and how I could have reached out and continuing to speak about the warning signs that I so clearly see now. Family members were in court wearing shirts that said "Justice for Austin." The judge who sentenced Lee said her actions were nothing less than pure evil. She's not a mom, she's a monster, and Aunt Alyssa Pickard said. She's getting what she deserves, Pickard said. Okay, that is crazy. Uh-oh, what happened here? Where did this happen? Okay. A God-fearing elderly couple have been found brutally murdered inside their South Carolina home. Larry, 76, and Sandra Moore, 75, were discovered deceased inside their Westminster property on Thursday. The alarm was raised by a family member who went to check on them after not hearing from them for days. The coroner said the couple died of traumatic injuries. But further details, including how long the couple had been dead, were kept private to preserve the integrity of the investigation. Authorities do not believe there is a danger to the public, and they believe it's an isolated incident. Police are encouraging anyone with surveillance footage of the area to come forward. If people were driving through the area, maybe people who live in the area, maybe they saw something suspicious or something that didn't seem right. Jimmy Watt, public information officer for the sheriff's office, said. Let's see. The couple were the owners of a local restaurant, More and More Fish Camp, which they had owned for decades until their retirement in 2016. Remember that couple that owned that business or something? We were looking and their son killed them and they made all this nice stuff. I think it was down in Florida or something, and the son went in and killed them. Yeah. They were long. Remember when they had a really nice Instagram and they had, I think it was Florida. Sounds like this. They were longtime members of the Calvary Church, which announced their deaths on Facebook. It's with heavy hearts that we share the passing of two of our longtime and most faithful members. Sandra's cousin, Terry Addis, called the married couple the most godly people. The couple's son-in-law, Kevin Jones, described the situation as a nightmare. Please pray for my wife and her sister. As you can imagine, our whole family is devastated. Why anyone would hurt these two precious people is beyond imagination. My mother-in-law and father-in-law were the most precious people God ever created. Absolutely heartbroken. Larry's former co-worker, Lane Carver, said there could never be a better God-fearing person. The couple owned More and More Fish Camp for decades before retiring in 2016. The couple shared at least one daughter. Okay. Okay, let's see now. Okay, what's going on here? Let's see what's going on over here. Six families have sued TikTok after their children died while allegedly attempting a viral choking challenge on the social media platform. The case centers on a Delaware family and 5 others from the UK, all of whom were late teenagers aged 11 to 17. Their families have claimed that they took part in a trend called the Blackout Challenge. According to the 6 families, the Blackout Challenge, isn't this every year this happens somewhere? Encourages users to choke themselves until they pass out. Delaware resident Michelle Ortiz said that her son, Jaden Boville, was one of the teenagers killed while attempting the challenge. Her son died in 2020, while others named in the lawsuit would pass away a year later. Speaking to Delaware Online, the bereaved mom hopes the lawsuit will stop other families from experiencing an early loss. I'm not doing this for any other reason but that I don't want any other mother to feel this way. She warned that the huge range of content on TikTok could expose children to concepts that they're too young to understand. Children make decisions not knowing finality like adults do, and they bank on this. The lawsuit, was filed in the Superior Court of the state of Delaware. In the document, TikTok and its parent company ByteDance are accused of causing wrongful death. The attorney representing the families, Matthew Bergman, said that dangerous content is too easily recommended to children on the social media site. TikTok has a For You page that deluges young kids with dangerous material. In this case, dangerous choking challenges. Not material kids want to see, but it's material they can't turn away from. He's supporting the families in their attempt to pass Jules Law, a piece of legislation named after the alleged blackout challenge victim, Julian Jules Sweeney. The law would require social media companies to preserve a child's online and social media data within 5 days of their death. Joel's mom, Ellen Rome, told the BBC that the company will only be legally required to release her son's data if the court case moves to the next stage. I want to see what my child was looking at, and if it is social media, I want accountability. Social media companies are feeding our children harmful material. TikTok said through Sky News that the data has likely been deleted due to privacy laws in the UK and the US, making it difficult to determine exactly what content was viewed by the late teenagers. The case is still in its early stages, with the court hearing a motion to dismiss the civil case on Friday. At the hearing, TikTok argued that the law would violate the First Amendment. The tech company has also argued that Communications Decency Act exempted internet companies from any liability for content generated by third parties, such as social media influencers. When addressing the court, TikTok representatives argued that the Delaware-based court lacks jurisdiction over the British cases, although Bergman said that this is not the first time foreign nationals have sought justice in a U.S. court. The other families whose children allegedly died while attempting this challenge had similar stories to Ellen and Michelle. Louise Gibson said that her son Noah died at the age of 11 in December of 2021. He was found unresponsive in his bedroom by his brother. Louise and Noah's sister desperately tried to resuscitate him but were unsuccessful. When I was checking Noah's phone, I was looking for messages. I was looking for bullying. I never thought to check social media to see what he had been looking at. Archie Battersby, Isaac Kenevan, Maya Walsh, all allegedly died while attempting the same challenge, with their families also filing the lawsuit. Our deepest sympathies remain with these families, said a TikTok spokesperson. We strictly prohibit content that promotes or encourages dangerous behavior. Okay. I think I remember that. No, that was probably what I read then. Hold on, I don't know what just happened, but that's, come on. Okay. Police in Iowa have arrested a 47-year-old man who they claim admitted to killing his wife. He's a respected scientist, or was, by sneaking up on her and stabbing her with a knife from their own kitchen. The Coralville Police Department said that Amber Nicole Martin, 41 years old, a medical laboratory scientist, supervisor of microbiology, working at the University of Iowa Healthcare, was found stabbed to death on Friday, January 16th. Her husband, James Fuller Martin, has been fully charged with first-degree murder. James had allegedly told police that he stabbed his wife after spending the hours leading up to the murder planning out exactly how he would do it. It was unclear Tuesday, January 20th, if James told police the reason why he killed his wife. The Coralville police were sent out to the couple's home Friday morning after 911 calls came in about a possible stabbing. Cops arrived to find Amber with multiple stab wounds. They tried reviving her, but ultimately declared her dead at the scene. The stabbing unfolded at approximately 6:40 a.m. when James told police he retrieved a kitchen knife and surprised the victim as she exited another room. Amber had previously worked at Quincy Medical Group as the microbiology coordinator. James was also listed online at having worked at Quincy Medical Group as a hematology coordinator. Connie Florischinger, Amber's supervisor at work, said that she was a very good leader who fit into our team very quickly. Our technologists all thought very highly of her, adding Amber loved her job and the workplace. She and I were talking about succession planning, and I told her that I could see her taking my position when I retired. She walked to my doorway, and I looked back at my computer. She turned around and said my name, and when I looked up, she gave me the hand heart sign. That was Amber in a nutshell. Another employee at the Quincy Medical Group, Ann Ostermiller, opened up about the couple, saying that Amber was such a wonderful woman. She was vivacious, kind, and loved by all her coworkers. And she said that Jim was quieter and more reserved. This murder is beyond the comprehension of those that knew them when they worked at QMG. They seemed to be such a close and loving couple. I cannot imagine what transpired to change the relationship so much. The investigation into Amber's death is ongoing. Officials ask anyone that has information calls the Coralville Police Department at 319-248-1800. Wow. That's crazy. Excuse me. There's a very bad storm. Some meteorologists are saying to plan for days without power for some people. Hang on one second. I want to see what this is. Okay, there was something I wanted to go over about a Florida thing here. Let me see what this is. And I wanted to go over the Alexander brothers. Okay, let's do this one. This guy right here gunned down 3 men who were on a men's trip in a Florida vacation rental home. Osceola County Sheriff Chris Blackman said that his deputies went to the house at 12:14 p.m. On a call that shots were fired. When the first deputy got on scene, they found 3 victims dead in front of the home from apparent gunshot wounds. 3 tourists that had come on a man's trip. And Blackman said it was cold-blooded, it was premeditated, there was absolutely no issues, there was no conflict. This was random, and this happened to be the person that lived next door. Ahmed Jihad Boja, 29, of Kissimmee, in the house next door to the rental property, was the one that allegedly did this, and they arrested him. Court records show that he was previously charged with first-degree murder with a firearm in 2021, but he was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and he was placed on a conditional release in 2022. How would that... What? The victims were identified as brothers. Oh my gosh. Robert Lewis Kraft, 70, of Holland, Michigan. Holland, Michigan. We just heard about Holland, Michigan in that other story, right? And Douglas Joseph Kraft, 68, of Columbus, Ohio. And their friend, James Puchin, 69. So these senior guys were going on a trip, and then they all ended up dead. Blackman said there were initially 4 people, but the 3 victims extended their stay. Imagine that 4th guy was like, oh my gosh. You know? He would have been killed too. Now this guy's being charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, and he's being held under no bond. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Crazy. A social media arranged meetup ended in a tragedy when a 15-year-old girl fatally shot her friend during an alcohol-fueled encounter with a 21-year-old man in a Lowe's parking lot. According to the detectives, they say the girls believed they were heading out for a risky but a routine adventure, except a lethal mix of underage drinking, a firearm, and a stranger they met online all collided. The death of Caton Atwell has left a Kentucky community reeling and renewed urgent questions about how easily minors can access both weapons and adults willing to meet them in the dark. Police say the chain of events began when the 2 15-year-old girls arranged to meet a 21-year-old guy, Brian Harbison, in a Lowe's parking lot. They connected with him on social media. The gathering reportedly involved alcohol. And it was in this public commercial space that has become an unofficial hangout for teenagers who feel they have nowhere else to go. It started as a late-night rendezvous, quickly escalated into a chaotic scene. A gun was introduced, handled, and ultimately fired and left one of the girls fatally wounded. Investigators have described the shooting as accidental, but the circumstances are anything but benign. The young girl's ages 15, the presence of alcohol, and the involvement of an adult who told police he thought they were older, all point to convergence of risks that are increasingly familiar to law enforcement. The 15-year-old who pulled the trigger was handling the weapon when it discharged and struck her friend in front of Harbison and other witnesses in the parking lot outside Lowe's. In the days after the shooting, the victim was publicly identified as the 15-year-old Caton Atwell. Her death has become a focal point for grief, and Hardin County school officials confirmed that Caton was enrolled in the local district and described her as a teenager whose absence would be deeply felt by her classmates and her teachers. The announcement of her death underscored that behind the police narrative of a parking lot shooting was a child who had been sitting in classrooms and walking the school hallways only days earlier. Hardin County Schools used Facebook to share the news with families, and they confirmed that Caton was a current student and expressing condolences to those mourning her. The district's message framed her death as a loss not only to her relatives but to the wider school community, which is now grappling with the reality that a teenager they knew had been killed in circumstances involving alcohol, firearm, and an adult stranger. For parents, this post was a jarring reminder of how quickly an ordinary school week can be shattered by a single night. The girl who fired the fatal shot is also 15, and that complicates the public instinct to assign blame. It raises questions about accountability. Police say she and Caton were friends who had gone together to meet Brian Harbison. There was a level of trust they shared, decision-making, common among teenagers, and left one friend dead and the other one carrying this weight that she pulled the trigger. Authorities have characterized the shooting as accidental, indicating the younger teen did not intend to kill Caton when she handled the gun. Yet law treats such accidents as the foreseeable outcome of dangerous behavior, especially when minors mix alcohol and firearms. Central to the case now is how the teenagers came into contact with the 21-year-old man. Police say Brian Harbison connected with the two through Snapchat, platform built around disappearing messages. Harbison reported that to investigators he believed the girls were 18, a claim that highlights how easily age can be misrepresented. The fact that two minors were able to arrange an in-person meeting with a 21-year-old through a social app underscores the challenges that parents and law enforcement face now. Investigators have emphasized that alcohol was part of the gathering, describing the meeting as alcohol-fueled. The setting was a brightly lit commercial parking lot after hours. Police accounts indicate that a firearm was introduced into an already volatile mix, with the 15-year-old girl handling the weapon before it discharged. As the investigation continues, attention has turned to the legal exposure of 21-year-old Brian Harbison, who met the girls after connecting with them online. He acknowledged he believed they were 18, and that detail may factor into any charges related to contributing to the delinquency of minors of providing alcohol. Well, what's the drinking age in Kentucky? Because in New York it's 21, so whether they were 15 or 18, he would still be facing that. Authorities are also examining how the gun came to be at the scene and who legally owns it. While the 15-year-old shooter is at the center of the immediate criminal inquiry, the broader investigation is expected to look at the responsibilities of every adult involved, from Harbison to any gun owner connected to the weapon. In Hardin County, their reaction to Caton's death has been marked by a mix of sorrow, disbelief that such a local student was killed in such a preventable circumstance. And then in the same county, there was a separate shooting that left families pleading for prayers and answers. In that case, Aiden Knowles survived a shooting at a college bar that killed his best friend, a loss his family has described as devastating twist of fate. Aiden's father, Bobby Knowles, turned to social media to share that his son lived through the attack but was traumatized by witnessing his friend's death. In a post shared on Facebook Sunday, Bobby Knowles wrote that the victims were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, and asked for prayers for Aiden and the families of those killed and everyone affected. His words echo the anguish felt in Hardin County, where Caton's relatives and friends are grappling with a different but equally senseless loss. Very sad. then we have, wow, another thing here. So, California dad shoots mom and daughter. California father fatally shot his wife and daughter before he opened fire at his eldest daughter and missed before he took his own life. And we talked about this the other day, but we didn't have names and faces to go along here. Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies have said they responded to the 5800 block of Lorelei Avenue in the suburb of Lakewood at around 8 a.m. on Thursday after receiving a call about an assault with a deadly weapon. The caller reported that her father had fired the weapon at her, and he was lying on the floor unconscious. When deputies arrived on scene, the woman, who has since been identified as 19-year-old Desiree Alfaro, told authorities that she had been sleeping and woke up to the sound of gunshots. She said her father, 52-year-old Hector Lionel Alfaro, soon appeared before her with a handgun and shot at her several times, but fortunately the bullets all missed her. That's pretty amazing, right? At that point, Desiree said her father shot himself in front of her. She was left extremely distraught. She ran out of the house. Meanwhile, deputies entered the home where they found Hector lying on the floor with a gunshot wound to his upper torso. They soon located 48-year-old Roxana Rodriguez, Alfaro's wife, in a bedroom with a gunshot wound to her torso. And in another bedroom, they found 17-year-old Sienna Alfaro with a gunshot wound to her upper torso, and they were all pronounced dead at the scene. It remains unclear what may have driven Hector to commit this murder-suicide, leaving distraught family members with uncomfortable questions, saying it's hard to process, says George Fuentes, Hector's brother-in-law. It's pain, anger, hard to understand how a person that's supposed to be a protector and a father to those girls would have done something so hideous. As the investigation into the fatal shooting now continues, family and community members have gathered to share their love for the victims. My mom, Roxana, was a devoted mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and friend, Desiree said in a statement. To know her was to love her. She was the most incredible woman I know. I'm at a loss for words on how much she meant to me. She was my entire world. Her and my sisters, Desiree, also expressed her grief for her youngest sister, Sienna, whose friends call her Lily. She said they were best friends and that Lily was so loved by her friends. Her family, babies, animals, you name it. She had the sweetest, kindest, and most nurturing soul. Those who played soccer with Lily at Beach Football Club also described her as a ray of sunshine. She was a very jolly person, said a teammate, Hazel Furman, at a candlelight vigil. Her smile would brighten up the room. Her energy was just out of this world, like she would walk in, even though she's a shy girl. When she would smile, it's like everybody knew that we just connected. An online fundraiser has been set up to support Hector and Roxana's surviving children, who it says are now facing the world without the people who meant everything to them. Funds that are donated will be used to help with the funeral services, counseling, living expenses, and creating some stability during an incredibly painful time. Any donation, no matter the size, and even sharing this page is a way to show love, support, and remind them they are not alone. As of Sunday, it has raised nearly $90,000 for the family. Wow. Okay, let's see what we got here now. Okay, what is this about? Tippecanoe County Courthouse, Lafayette, Indiana. going on now? Police are searching for a shooter after a judge and his wife were wounded at their Indiana home. Approximately 2:17 Eastern Time on Sunday, officers responded to a shooting in the 1700 block of Mill Pond Lane, where they found Judge Stephen Meyer, a 12-year veteran of Tippecanoe Superior Court, and his wife, Kimberly, injured. Let's see. The Lafayette police, when approached for comment, said this remains an active, ongoing case and there's no additional information. The shootings have raised widespread concern for the judge and his wife, and more widely about the safety of American judges. U.S. Supreme Court judges have increasingly spoken out against threats of violence that besieged the court in 2022. In his 2022 end-of-year review, Chief Justice John Roberts warned the judicial system cannot and should not live in fear. The judge was treated for an arm injury, his wife for a hip injury. Both are in stable condition. Shell casings were also found at the scene. The incident remains an active, ongoing joint investigation. Judge Meyer is in the final year of his second 6-year term, and he announced in December he did not intend on running for a third term in 2026. What is this? Okay, let's see what we got here. Hang on. Thanksgiving Eve argument inside a Bakersfield home ended in what investigators describe as an execution-style killing, with a teenage son forced to watch his mother die. I don't know why they're talking about Thanksgiving right now, unless this guy was just sentenced or something. Police said a 37-year-old Manuel Robles used an AR-15 rifle to fatally shoot his wife, Anna Karen Robles, after accusing her of cheating, allegedly telling her, "This is what happens when you cheat," as their son looked on. The case, laid out in detailed court records, has become a stark example of how domestic violence, alcohol, and access to high-powered weapons can collide in a matter of minutes into irreversible consequences. Authorities say the murder unfolded in front of the couple's child, who later recounted the final words and movements inside the bedroom where his mother was cornered. Prosecutors now accuse Manuel Robles of turning a family dispute into a calculated act of lethal control, while his own alleged statements to officer both at the scene and after his arrest paint a picture of a man who believed infidelity is justified with deadly force. The violence erupted inside the Bakersfield, California residence where Anna Karen Robles lived with her husband Manuel and their teenage son. Court records describe a neighborhood of single-family homes, and that's the backdrop for what investigators now characterized as a domestic dispute that escalated from words to gunfire in a matter of moments, leaving Anna Karen dead and their son traumatized in a place that was supposed to be safest for him. This was not a random crime, but a murder that unfolded inside the family's own bedroom in a home they shared. Investigators say the couple's relationship was strained, with Manuel allegedly fixated on the idea that his wife was cheating on him. Court documents say the tension came to a head inside the bedroom, where Anna Karen retreated and where her husband would soon confront her with both a handgun and later an AR-15. They describe a scene in which the family's private conflict spilled into lethal violence, with their son forced into the role as a witness. On a Thanksgiving evening, police say the family's fragile peace finally shattered. According to investigators, Manuel was drinking heavily. He consumed 2 bottles of vodka before he had this argument with his wife. As the night wore on, the argument reportedly centered on Manuel's belief that Anna was cheating on him. claim he would later repeat to officers. Witness accounts and police reports describe progression from verbal confrontation to physical intimidation. The teenage son attempted to intervene. As the shouting grew louder, son's efforts to calm his parents failed, and the conflict moved deeper into the house. In the middle of the escalating fight, the couple's teenage son tried to step between his parents. Investigators say he moved towards the bedroom after hearing the argument intensify, only to find his mother curled up in a fetal position on the bed, and Manuel stood nearby. The son's description of the mother's posture, as relayed in the case files, suggests his mother was trying to shield herself from both verbal and physical blows, while her husband allegedly continued to accuse her of infidelity in front of their child. Despite his age, the son repeatedly tried to de-escalate the situation, urged his father to stop, attempted to comfort his mother, but the power imbalance was stark. Manuel had been drinking. He controlled the weapons in the home. He held all the leverage. Son's efforts could not overcome his father's anger, and he was soon forced to watch that confrontation move from threats to firing bullets. The same summary notes that the boy remained close enough to hear his father's chilling words and to see the final shots that ended his mother's life are the central part of the prosecution's narrative of what happened in front of the son. Court records show he did not start with an AR-15 but with a handgun. He used it to terrorize his wife. He stood over her, pointing it at her. A posture that investigators say signaled dominance and control rather than any claim of self-defense. The records state that he fired several shots into a safe in the bedroom as a warning or a display of power. Investigators say Manuel then briefly left the bedroom, walked to the garage, and from there he retrieved an AR-15, returned to the bedroom, armed with a weapon capable of firing multiple high-velocity rounds in seconds. When Manuel re-entered the room with the rifle and began firing multiple rounds at Ana in a sequence that is described in detail. According to the teenage son's account, the moment before the fatal shots was marked by a sentence that prosecutors say revealed Manuel's motive and state of mind. The boy told investigators that his father turned to Ana and said, "This is what happens when you cheat," just before opening fire on her with the AR-15. That statement, quoted in the charging documents, is central to the prosecution's case that this murder was not an accident or a heat-of-the-moment struggle, but a punishment carried out in response to a perceived infidelity. Manuel did not call 911 or attempt any life-saving measures after the shooting. Instead, he allegedly left the house, leaving his son with his mother's body. The boy's recollection of his father's words had shaped the public's understanding of the case, in which jealousy and a sense of ownership turned lethal. After leaving the home, police say he drove away and was later involved in a crash, striking a center median before officers located him at a shopping center roughly 2 miles from the family's residence. Officers who responded to the scene of the collision described Manuel as agitated, emotional, with one report noting that he had repeatedly asked whether his wife had survived. Acknowledged that he had messed up by opening fire inside the bedroom. Officers later documented what they described as spontaneous statements from Manuel. According to those reports, he admitted to killing his wife because she cheated on him. Another account said that he repeated references to infidelity and his acknowledgement that he could have forgiven her, but he didn't. Prosecutors have charged Manuel Robles with first-degree murder, arguing that his actions on Thanksgiving evening were deliberate, premeditated, and motivated by a desire to punish his wife for alleged infidelity. The use of 2 guns, the decision to leave the room and return with the more powerful weapon, this is what happens when you cheat, are all cited as evidence that this murder was intentional rather than impulsive. And the court filings also emphasize that the shooting occurred in front of the couple's teenage son, a factor that could influence both sentencing and any potential enhancements tied to the presence of a child as a witness. That's really, wow. Let's see here. What is it? Restaurant of Death? That sounds like Motel Hell, doesn't it? Restaurant of Death? Hendersonville, North Carolina. A restaurant of death. That doesn't sound good at all. Death and mystery have hit quiet Hendersonville, North Carolina. Gudrun Casper Linkugel, 52 years old, was once a popular restaurateur. She now finds herself at the center of a double murder scandal that's rattling the rural community. Authorities allege that Gudrun Casper covertly poisoned multiple people with a hazardous chemical, acetonitrile, leaving at least 2 victims dead. Oh my goodness, hold on a second. And others lucky to survive. The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation dropped a bombshell this week that revealed Casper Leon Kugel allegedly targeted a 32-year-old Leila Livis in 2025, fatally spiking her beverage. But the story takes a darker turn, and they believe she's linked to the unsolved murder of Michael Schmidt, whose life was cut short back in Henderson County in 2007. Evidence connected the dots and connects Casper Leon Kugel to the 2 murders, and she's facing 2 murder charges. Officials don't stop there. She's also charged with attempted murder twice over and accused of illegally handing out tainted drinks on 3 occasions. She distributed beverages that were laced with that acetonitrile, a notorious chemical that breaks down into cyanide after ingestion. It's delayed but deadly. Now, she was once in the spotlight for her culinary ventures. She is now charged with the 2 murders. Wow. Let's see what's going on here. She was, wow. So she's putting this stuff in their drinks. Crazy. I wonder if these are just people she was targeting, or is she just doing this to random people? That's scary. That's scary. Missing girl found with a man in North Carolina. 2 shot at a Horry County resort. What the heck is that about? Two people were shot at a Myrtle Beach area resort Saturday morning. What the heck is going on? Officers with the Horry County Police Department were dispatched shortly before 7 a.m. to the Sands Ocean Club Resort. I think we looked at condos that were for sale there. When officers arrived, they located a man with a gunshot wound to his hand and a blood trail that led officers and hotel staff to a room on the 10th floor. Another man with a gunshot wound to his groin was then located on the opposite side of the 10th floor. According to the report, officers learned that another crime scene in an elevator was also part of the shooting. After gathering more information, they arrested Lamarcus Vereen, 41, of Longs, on the scene and charged him with possession of a firearm or ammunition by a person convicted on a certain crime. According to an arrest warrant, Vereen was seen on security footage holding a pistol in his hand seconds after the shooting. Vereen was found to have been previously convicted of a violent crime after a criminal history check. Vereen was released from the J. Rubin Long Detention Center, heard that before, the following day on a $5,000 bond. Why is that? No one has been charged with the actual shooting as of this writing. What? That sounds insane. Okay, a 35-year-old man was shoved onto train tracks at a Brooklyn subway station in an unprovoked attack early on Sunday morning. The push happened just before 5 a.m. on the southbound R train platform at 36th Street in Sunset Park. According to police, the assailant approached his victim without uttering a word before he pushed him onto the tracks. He was subsequently transported to NYU Langone Hospital, Brooklyn, where he remains in stable condition. The attacker fled the scene immediately after the assault, and he remains at large. Police confirmed on Monday that no arrests have been made. The NYPD released photographs of the suspect gawping near the turnstile area of the station. He is described as having dark curly hair and a short beard. At the time of the incident, he was wearing a black and gray jacket paired with khaki trousers. Detectives are appealing for anyone who recognizes this man or has any information about the attack to come forward. Fortunately, no trains were approaching. Officers who responded to the scene assisted the man back onto the platform. This attack marks the second random subway shove to occur in New York City since the start of 2026. Here's another view. Despite the recent incidents, though, there's encouraging figures at the close of 2025. Major crime on the subway system fell by 4% compared to the previous year, and robberies dropped by 12.5%, reaching a record low. And shootings decreased by 62.5%. Okay, let's see now. Put this on here. Let me just take a gander and see if we're still online. Are we online? Yes, we are. Hi, Running Bear. How are you? How you doing, Running Bear? I haven't seen you in a long time, Running Bear. How you doing with the running? Oh, good night, Bee Lady Apiary. Any idea? Okay. So let's see. Running Bear. All right, let's go on. This is a quite a story here. This isn't the way she should have left or passed away, but I'm glad that she was doing what she loved. She loved to help people. And that's the son of the woman there on the screen. Her name is Jenna Guerra. She's a 41-year-old mother who fell to her death. She was trying to help another driver on the side of a highway in Utah on January 9th. Her family is remembering her generous spirit as they raise funds to bring her body home to North Carolina. This isn't the way she should have left us. She is a U.S. Army veteran. She died after she fell 70 feet off of a bridge while trying to help someone who was stranded on the side of a Utah highway. Her final words to her partner were, "Love you." At 6 a.m. local time, Jenna Guerra was driving through Weber Canyon. She saw a car on the side of the road, following a crash at milepost 90. At that post, there is a bridge that crosses over a railroad track. Now, the mother of two from North Carolina, she recently started a trucking business with her boyfriend, Joby Arnett. He was with her in the vehicle. They were traveling from Tennessee to Washington State when Guerra stopped after a patch of black ice sent the car in front of them into a concrete barrier. She pulled over. She was going to go and make sure everybody was okay because that's a normal thing for her. Her partner was putting on his shoes so he could get out to assist his girlfriend. But she turned around, said, "Love you." I said, "I love you." And then her act of kindness turned into a tragedy. Guerra heard a third car coming on the Interstate 84 that was trying to stop. She jumped over the nearby barrier so she wouldn't get hit. She heard some tires squealing. There was some tires squealing, her partner said, and I had just come out of the truck and started walking back there, and she was gone. I didn't see her anywhere. She died after falling from the road, according to the Utah Highway Patrol. To outlets, the Utah Highway Patrol did not respond. Her two sons say they take solace in knowing that their mother was helping others. This isn't the way she should have left us or passed away, but I'm glad she was doing what she loved. She loved to help people, said her son Lucas. Guerra worked as a dental technician and served in the Army before she was honorably discharged in 2011. Her selflessness and generosity guided everything she did. Now loved ones are raising funds to help bring her remains back to North Carolina. Lucas remembers his mom. He's mourning the future that they won't be able to share. I always hoped she could see what I would do with my life, and I know she was so proud of me, said her other son, Sebastian. And her not being able to see us grow up and all the things I'll do with my life is really tough. It's really sad. Okay, let's see now. Oh my gosh, hold on, there's more about that restaurant lady. The woman that she tried to kill with that, wait a minute, she killed was her daughter. Hold on. 52-year-old was arrested on January 16th and charged with 2 counts each of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and 3 counts of distribution of certain food and beverage prohibited. In Tuesday's bond hearing, the state said that Casper Leanne Kugel held a 12-person Thanksgiving dinner in November 2025 where she poisoned the wine that her daughter, Leela Levis, another daughter, and her daughter's boyfriend were drinking. All 3 drank from the same poisoned bottle. The CDC and U.S. Environmental Protection Agency said acetonitrile is a clear, colorless liquid, has many uses as a solvent for spinning fibers and in lithium batteries. Let's see here. The state continued by saying that after the dinner, the 3 victims started feeling sick, and only Levis died on December 1st, 2025. The Henderson County Sheriff's Office said deputies also found evidence that linked Casper Leanne Kugel to Michael Schmidt, who died in a house fire in 2007. During the hearing, it was also revealed that Casper Leanne Kugel is tied to additional deaths that are currently under investigation. The state said Casper Leanne Kugel is facing the possibility of the death penalty. She was denied bond and will appear back in court for a probable cause hearing on February 10th. Wow, what is with her? Thanksgiving dinner that was her daughter's and her... Wow. Loma Linda Street. Loma Linda, I remember. Wow. Okay, let's see here. There was one I was going to... Hold on one second. Where's the... It's this one. A well-known Central Florida therapist was murdered by a former client. Investigators say he then took his own life. Many who knew the mental health counselor say it's a tragic loss. Charlotte McCulloch said, "This has been devastating for our community as well as therapists, and for me, Rebecca was an excellent therapist." 44-year-old Rebecca White was licensed mental health counselor. She was having a session with a patient at the 933 Lee Road office building on Monday at 9 p.m. As the session ended, a former client, 39-year-old Michael Smith, came into the office and demanded to speak with her. When she told him to leave, he stabbed her and the patient while calling 911. Steve Kendrick, who works in the building, said, "Somebody told me it happened on the 4th floor, and there's 4 floors." Deputies said White died. Her patient's in critical condition at the hospital. McCulloch said, "I've received so many calls from people saying how good of a therapist she was, specifically to the area that was her specialty." Smith had a criminal history in Palm Beach County that includes sex offenses and kidnapping. He killed himself near the Mormon Temple off of Windy Ridge Road. Authorities went to his home in Pine Hills to talk with his family, but no one answered the door. Meanwhile, workers in the building wonder when they'll be able to return. You walk in there and all you think of is the tragedy. Oh, that's terrible. but there was one other thing I was going to tell you. Hang on. My feet are freezing. It's so cold here. It's, what is it, 1 degree. It's 1 freaking degree out. Oh my gosh, my feet are like blocks of ice. Okay, okay, we have this. This is still not the one I wanted to talk to you about. This is in Georgia. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is investigating the deaths of 2 men as homicides in southwest Georgia. According to the GBI and the Pelham Police Department, they're asking for help in investigating the deaths of Desmond Daniels and Tobias McIntyre. Both men were found shot dead at the intersection of Castleberry Street and Cannon Street in Pelham. GBI said the investigation is open and active, and the bodies of Daniels and McIntyre will be autopsied at the GBI Crime Lab as part of the investigation. Anyone with information is asked to call GBI at 229-225-4090 or call Mitchell County 911. Wow, Arkansas. A 47-year-old Arkansas man is accused of following and harassing his ex-wife before trying to run her down in a Kroger parking lot. Multiple police officers watched this whole scene unfold. Philip Blake Mink was taken into custody last week. He was charged with 1 count of criminal attempt to commit first-degree murder and 1 count of first-degree stalking. Officers with the Jonesboro Police Department responded to a call at the victim's home on the afternoon of Thursday, January 15th, regarding a reported violation of a protective order. Upon arriving at the house, police spoke with the victim, who said her ex-husband, Mink, had defied a court order by coming to her home. And he repeatedly rang her doorbell, and he was banging on her windows. He wanted her to go outside. The victim claimed Mink sent her several text messages because she refused to leave the house. He then allegedly drove away in a white Ford F-150. Police began to search for that vehicle. Later that day, the victim stopped a police officer near the entrance of Kroger while she was on the phone with Mink. The story's on the 1700 block of S. Caraway Road in Jonesboro. On the call, the officers heard Mink shouting out the ex-wife. While on the phone with the ex-wife, officers allegedly spotted Mink traveling past the Kroger location in the direction of the victim's address. Police attempted to pull him over, but he reportedly made a sudden U-turn, and he drove across a patch of grass and entered that Kroger parking lot. Mink began traveling at a high rate of speed right towards the victim. Mink intentionally struck her vehicle while she was sitting inside, causing a collision. Police made a probable cause affidavit, and it said that Mink got out of his vehicle almost immediately after and ran towards the victim's vehicle. On the driver's side, the officers on scene heard 1 single shot, and Mink say, "She shot me, she shot me." When the victim did fire a warning shot as Mink approached her vehicle, he was not struck by the shot. In an interview with police, the victim admitted that she fired a single round due to her being in fear for her life. Detectives recovered video footage of this collision that confirms the victim's statements. Mink was taken into custody at the scene and is currently being held at the Craighead County Jail on a $100,000 cash-only bond. In addition to murder and stalking, Mink is also facing 1 count each of first-degree criminal mischief and violation of an order of protection. He is scheduled to appear in court for his arraignment on February 27th. Let's see. Crazy. All right, let's see. Wow, a man kidnapped a guy while taking a test drive. What the heck? What in the world? A man in central Ohio asked a saleswoman, to test drive a Jeep Wrangler. His plan was just to abduct her, and he ordered her to wait while he took care of some errands. Todd Mars, 51 years old, has been charged with the abduction and disrupting public services. According to court records, he was booked into the Tri-County Regional Jail on the morning of January 4th. On December 19th, he went to the Performance Luxury Sports Car dealership in Marysville. It's about 35 miles north of Columbus. He told them he wanted to test drive a Jeep Wrangler. He met with a sales associate and they went on a test drive. However, the employee said things went really, really bad. When Mars went a different route than usual, Mars allegedly stopped the SUV at a warehouse near railroad tracks and sat there for several minutes. When the sales associate told him to return the car to the dealership, he reportedly offered a disconcerting response. "No, now you'll sit there and wait like a good girl." The saleswoman is said to have sought out help. She texted her coworkers and shared her location. She also tried to call them. But at this point, Mars allegedly took her phone and he threw it on the floor of the vehicle. He wasn't done. Law enforcement said he drove to a hospital in Marysville to pick up a friend, and he refused to drop her off at her job until his errands were completed. When Mars finally did drop her off, he did so with his friend in the car. What the heck? He was arrested on January 4th and given a $250,000 bond after appearing in court. He's scheduled to appear before a judge again on January 29th. Court records show that he has a criminal history. He's been charged with assault. And he was later convicted of attempting to commit a crime in 2023. Wow. Okay. Let's see here. Craziness. I'll try one more time to get. Oh, yeah. What I wanted to tell you in the very beginning, what we started to do this, right? The three brothers. And this is the one in the turtle suit. Yeah. Oh my gosh. We went right back to what I told you. See? Right back to where we started from. Oh, I used to love that. We used to pick my sister from skating. I used to be with my mother in the car. That was so nice. Nice memories. Okay, here we go. Three brothers are facing federal sex trafficking charges. They're picking the jury now. This is what I told you about earlier. Their brand was the ultra luxe real estate, and they had lifestyles to match. For more than 10 years, the brothers Orrin and Tal Alexander built a reputation of jet setting glamour and partying on hotspots. They were flanked by beautiful women. But what was going on behind the scenes, according to federal authorities, was criminal. Along with a third brother, Alon, Orrin, and Tal, Alexander were arrested in December of 2024 on federal sex trafficking charges. We talked about this back then, in a case that has splashed across the nation's tabloids as the brothers prepare to go on trial. The case looms as a battle of he said, she said, whether, as their advocates say, their alleged behavior was simply boys partying hard, or as authorities allege, something far more sinister. There's a 16-page indictment. And the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan says that for well over 10 years, the Alexander brothers conspired to repeatedly and violently drug S.A. and R. dozens of women using the promise of luxury experiences, travel, and accommodations as a tool to lure them, entice them, and ultimately force them to have sex. Prosecutors have assembled a chorus of women accusers whose accounts they hope will take a jury through a journey of rendezvous, drugs, booze, in places like the Hamptons, Aspen, Las Vegas, and the Bahamas. Some of the accusations date to a time before the #MeToo reckoning. The brothers could face 15 years to life in prison if convicted on all of the federal charges. Oren and Alon also face state charges in Florida. And collectively, the three are staring at dozens of civil lawsuits that remain on hold while these criminal cases proceed. The brothers' parents, Orly and Shlomi Alexander, maintain that their sons are innocent, and they insist that they will become clear from the testimony in the criminal case. We have been living with this ordeal since allegations first surfaced in civil lawsuits and were widely amplified long before any criminal charges were brought. The impact on our family has been profound and deeply painful, said the parents. We believe our sons are innocent and that if they are judged on the evidence presented at trial, free from speculation of public narrative, the truth will prevail. We ask only for a fair process grounded in facts where their voices can finally be heard. These are the parents. Go on. There. There's the parents. Hold on a second, because I don't know what I just did now with my thing here. I want to see if I think those two are twins, and then they have the brother. Let's see. As the brothers prepare to go on trial, the case looms. Hold on a minute. That's a he said, she said. We already went through that. That's not where we were. Promiscuous and privileged as they may be, the Alexander brothers' lawyer argued that they are not guilty of violence. The men leveraged their success and used it to attract women who, their lawyers insist, participated willingly. Defense attorneys insist the brothers did not commit the crimes they're charged with and that their accusers' accounts are dubious and speculative, and they're hoping for big windfalls. The Alexanders were interested in meeting women, and they met women in virtually any place a man could meet a woman. Doodly doodly doo. Are we still alive? Can somebody answer me, please? White Angel, Valerie, Linda, somebody, anybody? Just let me know, because the Zoom ended. I just want to make sure my internet is good and you can still hear me. I think so, because our count just went up. So it looks like we are, but I just want to make sure. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Okay. So let me go back to this. In their filings, the federal prosecutors alleged the brothers employed a pattern of behavior of physical force and that they drugged and SA'd. And that was the hallmark of their conspiracy. Prosecutors point to a series of text messages and chats between the brothers and their friends about obtaining these drugs, including Quaaludes, MDMA, cocaine, GHB, and Ambien. The chemicals, federal authorities allege, were to incapacitate the women to further their sex trafficking scheme. The Alexander brothers' defense challenged the prosecutor's evidence, including chalking up those conversations as just idle chatter, even taking the government's factual allegations as true, which we do only for the purposes of this motion. There is not a single alleged instance of sex in exchange for something of value, said the defense in a November filing. In fact, the statements of the witnesses are precisely the opposite, specifically that they had sex against their will, either because they were drugged or forced. Okay, here's one of those brothers that you saw before with the other brother. They look so incredibly different. That's why I think Jimmy said he thinks the other two are twins. Prosecutors remain confident, and they're doing jury selection now. Their case against the brothers is rock solid. Solid as a rock. They have notified the court. They plan to call 7 alleged victims to prove the core of their charges, among them a woman who said she was only 16 when this happened, with Alon and Tal, who were 22 and 21 at the time. Also expected to testify are the other alleged victims, some of whom have filed civil lawsuits claiming assault by at least one of the brothers, and they may also appear as witnesses in the state's criminal case. Though the alleged assaults are not the subject of the federal charges, the women may be called as witnesses to what prosecutors say illustrates a history of prior bad acts. The federal judge has allowed one of the alleged victims in the Florida case to appear as a witness in New York. The woman, known in court papers as MG, said that in October of 2021, she met Orrin at a dinner. She joined him and others on his boat, and a small group eventually went with him to his Miami home. MG said her conversation with Orrin was flirty. He gave her a drink, and it turned physical. According to her 2024 interview with a Miami Beach police detective, she alleged that it turned into unwanted and aggressive behavior, and he allegedly ripped her dress off. When she ran downstairs, tried to open the backyard door, she said it wouldn't open. And when she requested to be let out, "Let me out," she later told the detective, he SA'd her with his fingers. And she kept saying no. MG said when she could finally leave, she immediately told her friend what had happened, but that friend was pretty drunk. In her 2024 police interview, MG's friend said she recalled being told Orrin had tried having S with MG after she said no, but she didn't remember being told that Orrin had any kind of intercourse with her in any way. The friend also could not recall the doors being locked when she texted MG and they decided to leave. I was like, "Hey, where are you?" And she's like, "Oh, I think I'm in a room with Orrin or something like that." And I was like, "Hey, I'm ready to leave. Let's leave." And she's like, "Yes, please, let's go." And then I just remember walking out of the house, the friend says. She recalled MG seemed really distressed and had told her that she didn't want to sleep with him and he was forcing it. In an October 2025 deposition with the Alexanders, Florida attorneys, the friends reiterated Orrin's alleged advances and MG's objections, but she also said there was nothing unusual about MG's clothing when they left through the front door. The Alexanders' attorney points to what they say are the women's misaligned memories of the night as evidence that allegations cannot be proven in court. MG's story is like a C-grade horror film, says Orrin's Florida defense attorney Ed O'Donnell IV. And Joel DeNaro said in a statement to ABC News, her best friend contradicts several points of the alleged narrative. MG did not respond for any comments on this. Other alleged victims in the federal case have offered similar stories. 2 of the alleged victims said in June of 2009 they were invited by party promoters to the Hamptons to celebrate Alon and Orrin's birthday. They're twins, I guess, right? Yeah. Though taken to the club on a party bus, the woman learned it would not return them to Manhattan. Alon told one of the women that he had a nice house. They would have a fun after party and invited her to stay there. According to court documents, both women agreed to go to the house. That night became a blur of what they said they were drugged, repeatedly grouped hard by the brothers, though they said they couldn't remember, only in flashes of memory between the two. A critical linchpin in each of the Alexanders cases will be the credibility of victims' narratives, according to legal experts, a hallmark of sex crimes. Some of the women who have come forward with their allegations have said they did so only after learning of others who had similar experiences with the brothers, like Handful of Girls. It was like everyone in Miami knew one of the alleged victims in the Florida case, identified in the court papers as SM. Now I finally feel like no one's going to call me a liar because I'm not the only one. SM was a model at the time, and she said she went to an event where the group included Orrin in October of 2017. Afterwards, she went with him to his apartment, and once there, he gave her a glass of wine and a virtual reality headset. Try on. Then he led her to the bedroom, pushing her onto the bed, where she says he assaulted her, as she told him no. The brothers' attorneys have stressed that the real-time behavior from some of the alleged victims belies the narrative that they have told prosecutors. The day after the alleged assault, that SM posted a picture of herself in a bikini on social media with the caption, "Cloudy with a chance of awesome." That night, the defense says she went out with friends to a nightclub. "I'm always in a bikini and take pictures in bikinis because I'm a model," she explained. Days after her alleged assault, SM texted Orrin a picture of them together and smiling, taken at the event. You would acknowledge that by sending him that picture 3 days later, it would indicate that you in no way thought that he SA'd you back then. She said, "I feel like I was in some sort of denial. I was hoping that it didn't happen." 2 weeks after that alleged assault, SM met with Orrin again. "I wanted him to make it right because I didn't want it to be true and I was hurting inside." Their texts after the alleged assault tell a different story, O'Donnell says. "It would be nice to have dinner. Hopefully we can reschedule something before you leave," SM texts him. Documented-wise, your actions, your photographs, your downloads, you're videoing him, taking photographs of him, you're sending him those pictures, all subsequent to the date you claim that you were SA'd, all go against that your sex was non-consensual. SM insisted she did not consent to that encounter. "I don't have evidence of what happened in that room, but I know what happened in that room and how I chose to act afterwards. Whether it be naive or hopeful doesn't change that." A grand jury on January 8th returned one of several superseding indictments, adding an additional charge against Alon and Orrin for allegedly drugging and assaulting a woman during a 2012 Bahamian cruise. The two brothers had already been charged with allegedly slipping her a drug drink, taking turns R-ing her. The additional count charged them with allegedly engaging in sex with her while she was physically incapable of declining her participation. In the filing over the weekend, the Alexanders' attorney filed a motion to dismiss, arguing, among other things, that prosecutors have repeatedly made last-minute changes to the charges that have left insufficient time for the defense to fully investigate. In particular, the defense cast doubt on the authenticity of a foreign birth certificate, which would establish the alleged age of one of the females involved in some of the activity charged. Prosecutors allege that in 2009, Orrin recorded himself and another person engaging in activity with an incapacitated 17-year-old girl in Manhattan. In the latest filing, the defense argued verifying such a birth certificate from a city in an act of war is near impossible, and more time is needed, given the central importance of the true birth date. The judge hasn't weighed in. The judge has scheduled jury selection to begin Tuesday, began today. The trial, which is scheduled to start on January 26th, is expected to last roughly 1 month. So I got that one, but there was another one that I wanted to get to you guys. And then after I do that, I think it might be this one, but they're just... Let me see. Maybe it's not, but I'm going to talk about this one anyway. Okay. A January 20th shooting happened around 3 p.m. in a home near Higley and Riggs Roads. When officers arrived, they forced entry into the home and they found 2 individuals with serious injuries. 74-year-old woman who was pronounced dead at the scene. 76-year-old man who was transported to the hospital in critical condition. This is in Gilbert, Arizona. There are no outstanding suspects and there is no threat to the public. Police did not release information about what might led up to the shooting, and no names have been released, and I believe that is the murder-suicide that's going on there. Okay, let's see here. Another Kroger. I don't think I've ever been to a Kroger. But Nashville, Metro Nashville police say a 16-year-old who was selling candy outside of a Kroger is now accused of shooting and robbing the customer who had just helped him. Jayanth. Oh my gosh. Jayanth is the reporter on this case. And she said, it's the kind of situation that catches people off guard. She says it starts as something ordinary. You see a teenager trying to sell candy, you figure it's harmless, and you might even want to encourage it. Jalen Fitzgerald is accused of shooting a 62-year-old man after the man bought candy from him outside of the Kroger in the Germantown area. According to Metro Police, said the incident began in the parking lot outside the store where the teenager was selling candy to the man December 2nd. Police believe the teenager asked the man for a ride, and the man agreed because it was cold. The ride was not some long trip across town either. The teenager was supposedly just trying to get home their home was a block away. But as the teenager was getting out of the car, Metro Police said he pulled out a gun and demanded cash and medication. That's a very specific demand. And it changes the picture fast because now it's not just a misunderstanding or a dispute, it's a robbery and a gun's being used. The victim tried to push the teenager out of the car, and police believe that's when the man was shot in the stomach. The victim's attempt to defend himself didn't end the danger, it triggered the worst possible outcome. Let's see here. Could we get down this now? Cameras at the Kroger parking lot helped investigators piece together what happened. There are several cameras in the parking lot. The store had security presence. Metro Police later found out that they found the teenager on Jefferson Street and found the teenager armed with a gun. The teenager was arrested. He's now facing aggravated robbery charges. So, this is the most crazy thing. Did the guy lived? What is going on? He didn't get attempted murder? This is horrible. I mean the situation's horrible, but whoever, this is like horrible. The facts here are like. What happened to the victim? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Let me just look up this guy myself here. 62-year-old man. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this, all right? We'll go right to Nashville. Titans Unit detectives arrested 16-year-old Jalen Fitzgerald. I don't even think she even gave that. Who was wanted for the December 2nd shooting of a 62-year-old man who had purchased candy from him outside the Monroe Street Kroger. Fitzgerald asked the man for a ride home due to the cold weather, and the victim agreed. The victim stopped in the 900 block of 26th Avenue North to let Fitzgerald out. When Fitzgerald produced a handgun and demanded the victim's cash and medication, the victim attempted to push the teenager out of the vehicle and was shot in the abdomen. Investigation by non-lethal shooting detectives resulted in the identification of Fitzgerald as the shooter. He was located on Jefferson Street and with a 9mm pistol. He is charged in juvenile court and with especially aggravated robbery. Well, that seems like attempted murder as well, but I guess not. I don't understand that one. Okay, let's go. Hold on, I'm going to shut a bunch of these tabbies down. Tabbies. We've got too many tabbies open. Okay, let me get to you guys. So, how's everybody doing? Hi, Ann Chapman. How are you? How's it going? Good? Okay, so we went through a lot tonight. You guys really got your money's worth. Okay, so we have been on for, what time is it? 1:42. Almost 4 hours, you guys. It's 4 hours of riveting true crime for you guys. Okay. I think we are probably got trials tomorrow, and hi, Anne. I will make one shameless plea. If you haven't joined our membership, you really should join our membership, because our members get lots of perks like movie nights and documentary movies and, you know, Zooms and all that stuff that can really enhance your life and help you feel part of a bigger part of a community. And we have really great membership tiers, really low prices, and it's a great way to support the channel. It's also a great way to support the channel with super chats or PayPals or Cash Apps or I think there's Venmo or whatever, or come to our auctions and support the whole community. But that's how this channel runs. And memberships are a big part of that. So you could think about getting a membership, try it out for a month, try it, you'll like it. And we appreciate all of our members, all of our supporters, and we can't do it without you. It's like PBS. Right? Anyway, check it out, Anne. It's really worth it. Ask any member. Ask Linda. So let's go with, and you can even gift memberships too. That's nice. That's nice. But let's play the word game now. Oh, and if you're watching on the replay and you really appreciate the channel, there's always the option of super thanks. Okay, here's the daily puzzle. Uh-oh. Hold on. I won't let me do this. Oh, Ben did? Ben did. Very good. Now I just need this one, right? B-N-E? Nope. Oh, deed. Didn't I do? No, there is no. Yeah. Wait, I thought I did deed. That's it. Very good. Thank you. Hi. Thank you. Hi. What did you get there? Yeah, 1. I got that. Um, Mom. Uh-oh. Good night, Linda. Good night, Linda. Good night, ladies. Remember that song? Good night, ladies. I think that was in a piano book line. Good night, ladies. It's time to say good night. Okay, let's see. Mentos. Sorry. Unmet. What do you got? What? No, there's no R. Academic. Let me see. Very good on the academic. But I don't know what that other one you got there. Hi, Gail. Hi, Gail. Hello, Gail. Paste. It's so cold I can't take it anymore. Oh boy. Yeah, I tried Cam. I tried Cam. I need to get something else here. Academy? There's no Y. I tried maced. I tried that. Well, how about medic? Ah, not nice. That's not nice. Medic was a good one. I tried Acme. Media. What? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I give up tonight. That's enough. That's enough. My feet are frozen. Got to do another day of trials tomorrow. And I'm tired. I'm cooked tonight. Made shrimp scampi, rice, vegetables. I've been going all day. Been on here for 4 hours, I think. Now, yeah, almost. Gotta go to bed, so I'll see you guys in the morning. I hope it's warmer. It's like, oh, it's minus, what the heck is it now? Hold on a minute. It's -1 now. Oh my gosh, it is so freaking cold. What? You can't hear? Why? Why can't you hear? No, Evie said she can't hear. I thought she was a troll at first. I thought she was saying something bad. She goes, if you say anything to me, and I'm like, oh, great, who's this, loonies? And it's her. I can't hear for some reason. You can hear me loud? Why can't you hear me? Or you're laughing out loud? What is going on, Evie? Why can't you hear? Now she can't even read, obviously, because she's not answering me. What's going on? She might have to refresh her YouTube. What's going on, Evie? Look at this. My closed captioning is going on right away. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Hello? I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. That it's going on as I'm speaking. That's really good. Read the captions, Evie. Read the bouncing ball. Follow the bouncing ball. Evie, how could you do this to us? It's not right. It's not right, Evie. It's not right. It's not right, Evie. Evie, it's not right. You can't do this to us. You can't just say you can't hear us and we're talking to you and typing to you and you can read the closed captions. Read the closed captions, Evie. Evie. Come on now, girl. You can do it. Evie. I don't know, I think she left. It's not right to fool Mother Nature. Well, I'm gonna go to bed, guys. My bot's going to bed, I'm going to bed. And waited for her. I know when I close it out, she'll go bam, 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 and then comment. I know it. I know it, gosh darn it. Love you all. Good night. God bless. Prayers for all. Be good. We'll see you tomorrow. And I hope it's warmer, but I don't think it's going to be, okay? But anyway, good night. Everybody stay warm if you're in the cold, because it's really, really cold here. You'll die outside. I think you would. I hope not, but I mean, nobody should be outside. I hope not. Anyway, be good. Let me find a place to end this. I gotta go find the thing. Let me check my volume, because my volume's been going low. I don't know why.